Please. The opening ceremony will start soon, so please be seated. Thank you. 本日は第43回小川杯争奪英語弁論大会にお越しいただき誠にありがとうございます。今大会では新型コロナウイルス感染症対策のため不織布以外のマスクの着用はご遠慮いただいております。また、蓋付きの容器以外でのご飲食もご遠慮いただいております。安全な大会進行のためご協力をよろしくお願いいたします。また、本大会ではオーディエンスの皆様にスピーカーの方々に向けたメッセージカードの記入およびオーディエンス賞の投票をお願いしております。パンフレットに記載されております QR コードを読み取っていただき、スピーチセッションが終了後、メッセージカードのご記入、オーディエンス賞の投票をよろしくお願いいたします。
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start the opening ceremony. First, the speaker will enter this hall. Please remain seated and give them a big applause. University of Tokyo. Miss Mika Omino from Keio University. Speaker number 3, Miss Mako Yamada from Keio University. Speaker number 4, Miss Ayui Ohira from Dosha University. Speaker number 5, Miss Momoka Arakawa from Hosei University. Speaker number 6, Miss Mao Sugita from Keio University. Speaker number 7, Aidi Okamoto from Tsuba University. Speaker number 8, Miss Nanako Kawanishi from Aoyama Gakuin University. Speaker number 9, Miss Misaki Yamaoka from Waseda University. Speaker number 10, Miss Mizuki Inamata from Tokyo University of Foreign Studies. Next, the honorable judges will enter this hall. Please stand up and give them a big applause. Please be seated. Let me introduce today's honorable judges. Professor Chikako Tsuruta. She is the conference interpreter and broadcast interpreter with CNN and NHK. She taught at Tokyo University of Foreign Studies for 15 years and is now a professor emeritus. She is a professor at Tokyo Women's Christian University. She teaches interpreting and translation. She is one of the most prominent and well-known interpreters of the time. She has been interpreting important speeches delivered by President Clinton to Trump. She can also speak French and Italian. She is a graduate of Columbia Graduate School of Business Administration and Sophia University. Before becoming a conference and broadcast interpreter, she had worked in a financial industry and thus holds CFA, Chartered Finance Analysis qualification, and is a member of AIIC, Association for International Conference Interpreters. Besides being a council of JAITF, Japan Association for Interpreting and Translation Studies, and the lecturer of the America-Japan Society. Thank you. Professor Matthew Miller. He
He's from the United States and is currently an English instructor at Tokyo University of Foreign Studies. The focus of his research is language education. He also works as an editor and writer for middle school and university textbooks. He has been a judge at various speech contests over the years and passes on what he's learned from speakers to his students in presentation classes. Thank you. Kiminari Azuma. He graduated from Osaka University of Foreign Studies in 1986. He is winner of Toastmasters All Japan Speech Contest in 2007 and 2008. Winner of the Yasuda Auditorium Trophy 2008. District Director for All Toastmasters Club in Japan in 2015 to 2016. He works as a career consultant and he has helped more than 300 business people resolve their working concerns and develop their professional careers. Also, as a corporate training trainer, he teaches leadership to corporate leaders and managers, helping them to develop their hidden talents. Next, let me introduce elimination judges. Professor Asako Yoshitomi, Mr. Rikei Yoshinaga, Miss Kaori Mizunuma. They are all honorable elimination judges for this 43rd Ogawa Cup. For details, please look at the brochure. Now, please enjoy the opening movie. Let us move on to the opening address. Now, Mr. Diamond, the chief of ESS speech section, will give us an opening address. Mr. Diamond, please come up to the stage.
Merhaba arkadaşlar. Oh, it is not Turkey. It's Japan. Sorry. On behalf of Tokyo University of Foreign Studies ESS speech section, it is my greatest pleasure to welcome you to the 43rd annual English Oratorical Contest for the Okawa Cup. This year's conference concept is Byakko. This concept is created after this zodiac tiger. So this concept is a unique one for only this year. The Chinese character, which means tiger, has a meaning of moving and visit of spring or plants. We selected Byakko as it exists, which move our hearts and make our mind sprout. And Byakko is one of the 4 Taoist gods said to reign over the 4 directions. It has put eminent influence on people for a long time. It sometimes became a threat, but it was also a subject of peace. Therefore, we decided this concept for hoping moving speeches. By the way, when you start something, you sometimes have to put one thing. What is it? It is trigger. Looking at the spelling of trigger, T-R-I-G-E-R, and looking at the spelling of tiger, T-I-G-E-R. Wait, tiger is hidden in trigger, right? It means all of you are sleeping tiger. You have hidden power. We chose this word as the speech theme of this contest, with hoping all the speakers strike audience's heart with moving speeches. We hope all of the speakers perform their wonderful ideas through splendid speeches in this contest. We hope all the speakers can unleash your messages like Byakko. Lastly, to all the people who come to this contest, please enjoy till the last moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diamond.
Now, let me explain the rules for the contest. Basically, speeches for this contest must fulfill some requirements. It has to be related to this year's theme, trigger. It has to be within the time limit. And most importantly, it has to be your original speech. In case you want to quote from others' works, you must refer to the source material. Then, I will explain the rules in more detail. Today, we have 10 speakers. Each speaker is given 150 points from every judge. 60 points for contests, 30 points for English, 40 points for delivery, and 20 points for the question and answer period. The winners will be decided at the judge conference based on the speaker's total points. Each speaker is given over 6 minutes, but within 8 minutes for each speech, and 4 minutes for the question and answer period. If a speaker exceeds that limit of finish, they will lose 5 points for every 30 seconds. To let the speaker know the remaining time, the timekeepers will use time cards. When a minute has passed, the time card shows the remaining minutes 7. When 7 minutes and 30 seconds have passed, a timekeeper will ring the bell. When 8 minutes have passed, a timekeeper will ring the bell twice. The speaker can also use a microphone during the speech and the question and answer period. In order to manage today's contest smoothly, we would like to ask some favors of you. During contest, please turn off your mobile phones or any other electric equipment that makes any sound. Please refrain from eating, drinking, and smoking in this hall. Please do not enter or leave this hall during the speech. In case of emergency, please follow the staff's instructions. Thank you.
Next, let me introduce the timekeepers and the chairperson. The timekeeper for this contest are Yuri Mori and Riku Sakama. For the chairperson is myself, Nanako Nohara, and Mai Kageyama will take the chairmanship for today's contest. Thank you very much. Now, we would like to start the contest. Let us welcome the first speaker. The first speaker is Akane Hatsuya from the University of Tokyo. She will deliver her speech under the title of Hand Over Heart. Hand Over Heart. Miss Hatsuya, please come up to the stage.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies and honorable judges. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. It was a cool morning. People were starting to have breakfast and leave for work. This is the emergency alert from Chugoku military region. 3 pirate aircraft are approaching. During this announcement, an English flashing light was emitted at a height of 600 meters. Then, a fireball with a radius larger than 200 meters and a central temperature height of 1 million degrees Celsius developed and exploded, followed by the heat and radioactive rays. It was the atomic bomb. Today, I would like to talk about peace without any use of atomic bombs. In August 1945, atomic bombs were dropped in Hiroshima on the 6th and in Nagasaki on the 9th. The bombs instantly burned out the cities and killed hundreds of thousands of people. The radiation really forced them to suffer until they died. More than 500,000 people have died with atomic bombs and the after effects until today, according to Hiroshima and Nagasaki cities. One day, my grandmother told me that I am a grandchild of an atomic bomb victim. She survived the atomic bomb in Nagasaki when she was only 4 years old. Fortunately, she was playing at the shelter with her 2-year-old sister, so they survived. However, all her other family members, her parents and 2 older brothers, died. This was just the start of suffering. She said she badly worried about the radiation effect on her children and grandchildren. She worries even though we are healthy grown-ups, and she feels that if we get any serious diseases, it will be because of her. It is said that radiation affects the DNA of the descendants, and some suffer from birth defects or cancer. After hearing her story, I wondered whether I really understood what an atomic bomb was, and started to research it and visited the Atomic Bomb Museum in Hiroshima. The reality was more painful than I had thought. I was extremely shocked, and that experience dramatically changed my mind. I felt I am not an outsider, and this is really my issue. Although these facts occurred 77 years ago in Japan, my grandmother still feels sorry for us, and the suffering continues even through generations, both psychologically and physically. Here, let me ask you one question. Do you know the incidence of atomic bombings completely? According to a poll conducted by NHK in 2015, only 29.5% of Japanese over 20 years old can even state the date of atomic bombing. In addition, this knowledge is decreasing gradually compared to same polls in 1995 and 2005. Japanese citizens are becoming less interested in the issue of atomic bombs. This is because we feel this issue too far from us. Consequently, we don't try to understand the feelings of the victims, and we don't try to know how terrible the damage of the bombs was. However, we must not overlook this situation. Such ignorance might lead us to be indirectly involved in atomic bombings. Because if we don't recognize that this is our issue, we might not understand the real danger of nuclear weapons. In the worst case, people may treat them just as strong weapons without considering the suffering they cause. To make matters worse, we cannot procrastinate about this issue. The technology of nuclear weapons has improved rapidly. Some nuclear weapons are said to be 3,000 times stronger than the one used at Hiroshima. There are still more than 13,000 nuclear weapons around the world according to the 60 yearbook. Also today, Russia and Ukraine are in danger of starting a real nuclear war. Consider the situation that many countries, including Russia, have nuclear weapons. They are in danger of being used. What if the atomic bombs are dropped right now? What if that happened after 10 years or 50 years because of a decreased consciousness? Just one nuclear bomb causes unending suffering. So, what is important? One most important point is that we need to be concerned. To be concerned means to know what happens, to understand the feelings of the victims, and to be with their thoughts. This is the first step for everyone. You might think that just recognizing this would change nothing. However, by doing so, people would consider the issue of atomic bombs more seriously as their own problem. Actually, a report from the Hiroshima Peace Media Center in 2015 estimated that the rate of high school students having experiences listening to the victims of atomic bombs increases proportionally with the rate of students who think nuclear weapons should be abolished. So, that information would change our minds to seriously consider what we need to do for peace. There are many opportunities where we can be concerned. The best way I recommend is to listen to lectures by victims. Other than these lectures, you can visit the Atomic Bomb Museum, read documentaries by the victims, and so on. Their voices, feelings, and facts are not truly described in the textbooks. Please try to be with the hurts of the victims through their real words. There is one more action to take. To continue peace, we need to make a cycle of succession. So, we should hand it down to our children and grandchildren repeatedly. These are the 2 steps I strongly hope you will take immediately after my speech to never make future generations suffer. First, be with the thoughts of the victims of atomic bombs. Second, hand them down to future generations so that they do not fade away. In 1971, the mayor of Hiroshima spoke of the peace declaration that peace education to inherit the significance of peace is the absolute way to never repeat the horrors at Hiroshima. We are the last generation who can listen to real victims' voices. At the same time, we are the first generation who can hand over the roles of the victims to future generations to prevent the use of atomic weapons in the future. It is truly my honor to be a successor who might share similar DNA damage with a survivor of the bomb in 1945. And ask you to be a successor with me. Thank you.
Now it is the time for the Q&A session. Professor Tsuruta, please.
Excuse me, so is there a microphone I can use or should I talk? Okay, so thank you for a very nice speech, Ms. Chair. All right, first of all, do you think the threat of nuclear war is real?
Yes, I believe so.
Why do you think so?
Because people in other countries which hold nuclear weapons say that they use it as deterrent, but actually they are in danger of being used because also in the case of Ukraine, because they also in the case of Hiroshima, it was used, so we can say that it won't never be used in the future.
Okay, and you make the point about hand over heart. I understood about the heart part because you mentioned that you should think about those survivors who had endured unspeakable pain, and then we should try to think about their emotions. What do you mean? What did you want to symbolize using this word hand?
It is the word hand over.
Hand over?
Yeah.
Oh!
Hand down or put.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I don't know whether you can hand over your heart, but I was thinking that maybe it's hand preferred over heart. So maybe the title was a bit misleading because I thought you wanted to say it's rather than his hand over heart. But in that case, you probably would say my hand over one's hand over one's heart would mean that you do this to pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for example. You would have your hand over your heart to pledge the allegiance. So I was really, really confused as to what your title meant.
I'm sorry.
But do you think we can hand over heart? Hand over would mean like hand over of Hong Kong back to China, for example. That happened in 1999. But hand over, that's possible if you're handing over a territory, but hand over your heart. What did you want to mean by that?
I would like to say by hand over, like telling what in the second point, telling people, our children and grandchildren what happened. I mean, and hand down the facts to the next generation. I would like to talk about that by saying hand over.
Okay, in your case, you are the grandchild of an atomic bomb survivor.
Yes.
So in your case, you were fortunate enough, I don't know whether I should use the word fortunate, but you had the opportunity to hear firsthand experience from your grandmother. But to those who don't have that kind of opportunity, what would you recommend?
Thank you for your questions. And I hope there is victims who deliver their speech, their story to people, and we can find them and we can ask them to give their speech in the websites of Hiroshima or Nagasaki cities. So I want you to ask to that person, or you can hear their voices by going to a museum like atomic bomb museum. So I would like you to think about that option.
Okay, maybe opportunities like the August 6th or August 9th, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, those might be the occasions to think about it. Okay, I understand the time is up, so thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Tsuruta and Ms. Katsuya. Please go back to your seat. Now we will have a judging time for a few minutes. Let us welcome the second speaker. The second speaker is Miss Mika Omino from Keio University. She will deliver her speech under the title of Kindness or Weakness. Kindness or Weakness. Miss Omino, please come up to the stage.
Thank you, Montreal ceremonies and honorable judges. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Why can't you submit the document on time? You didn't make it last time either. Keeping these words in my heart, my mouth said, okay, so when can you submit it? Ouch, again I missed the chance to tell her that I'm annoyed by her behavior. But it's okay, because I'm a kind person, so I shouldn't get angry at such a small thing. This is what was in my mind when my teammate didn't submit the proposal for the welcome body by the deadline for the second time. I knew it in my head that because of her behavior, our team were late getting ready for the event, and I, as a team leader, would have to make up for it. A troublesome task fell upon me. However, I believe this was the kindness, ignoring her mistake and just allowing her. As we grow up, we have more opportunities to assume responsibility. A committee in NSS, a group work in your English class, and project team in your company. We often face situations where all members need to work together to achieve one goal. It is necessary for all of us to improve others' behavior, to enhance each other, in order to improve as a team. However, if you are a kind person like me, you may hesitate to point out your mistake. So today, I want you all to realize the importance of pointing out others' mistakes. After my speech, I hope everyone becomes a truly kind person for your team. I believe that there are many people who think not pointing out is the kindness, and it's better not to do. For example, when your teammates submit an imperfect review in a group work, few people would dare to point it out. In fact, when I go to a bookstore, I often see books on how to score. Pointing out one's mistake can sometimes hurt them and make them feel bad. Therefore, if we're kind people, we tend to think it's better to cover the mistake by ourselves, rather than pointing it out. If you continue to think not pointing out is a good thing, you will never be able to point out the obstacle. If so, the performance as a team will be hindered, and the achievement of the goal will become difficult. Thanks to your kindness, the one who had made a mistake didn't have to get hurt at the time. However, because of your kindness, your team will lose a chance to improve. Here, let me tell you my story. Though my teammate didn't submit the document by the deadline, I, who was a kind person, didn't point it out and just forgave her. Seeing me like that, one of the other team members spoke to me. Hey, Mika, it's not the first time for her to make the same mistake. Why don't you say anything to her? Because I'm kind, I answered. Then he replied to me, you think that's the kindness? No, it's not. You're just afraid of being disliked by her. His words were like a thunder. That was exactly true, and what he said was everything. Now you know why I didn't point out her mistake. Actually, it's not I didn't, but I couldn't. I thought I was scared of being disliked by her. I thought it was a kindness, but in fact, it was just my weakness. Kindness was just an excuse of not having enough courage to point out her mistake. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is it true the reason why you don't point out your mistake is that you are caring about them? Don't you use this just as an excuse? I believe that there are many people who don't realize the fact that they can't point out. You're turning a blind eye to the fact. I myself was shocked by my teammate afterwards and was able to change my mind. I called her and said, next time, submit it on time, then we can work on other tasks. Let's work together to make the event a success. You are now listening to my speech, and I hope my speech will be a thunder for you. But at the same time, I know there are still some people who don't have enough courage to put it into practice. Pointing out is sometimes taken as a denial or denial of themselves or their behaviors. Therefore, it's difficult to do that. So here, I want to tell you some tips to encourage you. First, make the goal clear. What do you do the task for? Why do you work in a team? Then you will realize the importance of cooperation and the importance of eliminating the obstacle. Secondly, imagine two situations where there is no obstacle and where there is an obstacle. Which situation will get you to the goal efficiently? Of course, with no obstacle, right? Lastly, keep in mind that as long as you belong to a team, each of you are responsible for leading the team to achieve the goal. Whenever you face a situation you need to point out others' mistake, remember these 3 steps. make the goal clear, compare two situations, and remember, you are responsible. Then you come to feel you need to beat the fear and point out your mistake. Pointing out is not a negative thing that denies or disapproves others. It is a very positive thing that can lead your team to achieve the goal efficiently. Those who don't point out others' mistakes is not a kind person. A truly kind person can care about improvement as an entire team. Change your weakness into kindness. Thank you.
Now it's time for the question and answer period. Professor Tsuruta, please.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Soya, for being very frank about what happened to you. Let me clarify one thing. You talked about the importance of cleaning out mistakes made by others, but I heard through your example, I think that you are talking to a situation like you need to follow the rules, like keeping the deadline. But can you give me other examples of pointing out others' mistakes?
Okay, it's kind of different from mistake, but I teach math cram school at a part-time job, and when my student gets leave during the class, before I couldn't point out because I was kind, so I shouldn't disturb her sleeping time. But now I think I am responsible for her test score, so I feel I need to point out her sleep, the action of her. I mean, she's sleeping during the class, and that's a bad thing. So that's a kind of mistake or pointing out one's behavior.
Okay, so let me clarify what you mean by weakness. In the example that you just gave, it seems that it's not really weakness that you are not pointing out that the student or the people that you're teaching at the prep school is sleeping that you don't want to wake her up. But do you call that weakness on you that you don't point out to them?
Thank you for the question. And in my case, I thought if I point out her mistake, I would be like just like for her, and maybe she want to change the teacher, and I was scared of that. So I think not my behavior, not pointing out her behavior, not pointing out her mistake was my weakness.
Okay. But from what I understood through your examples, it seems like for the team or for the benefit of the society, what should be done and what you should not do because you are thinking about yourself, not being disliked. And you call that weakness. It seems to me like that. Am I correct in understanding that?
Could you see that?
Yes, okay. From what I understood, it seems like you're saying that you should act in the best interest of the organization or the team or the society. But if you are being weak, you don't want to be disliked by the other members, so that you withhold your comments or withhold from pointing out mistakes. Is that what you call weakness?
Okay. So, when I think for that example, I was employed by the cram school, the company, and I think my weakness can lead to the company's reputation or company's results. So I think that's weakness as well.
So what would you like us to do from your speech? What would you like to do?
through my speech.
Yes.
I want each of you to be able and have enough courage to point out others' mistake. And I hope the society will be better by each of your action.
Okay, rather than disclosing our opinions because we are afraid that we might not be liked by the other members of the society. Is that true?
Oh, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all the time we have. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tsuruka and Ms. Omino. Please give back to your speech. Now we will have a judging time for a few minutes. Let us welcome the third speaker. The third speaker is Mako Yamada from Keio University. She will deliver her speech under the title of An Invisible Star to Follow. An Invisible Star to Follow. Miss Yamada, please come up to the stage.
Thank you, Master. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Thank you, Master of Ceremony and honorable judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Anxious, lonely, nervous. These might be feelings you may all feel when stepping into a new environment. The pandemic has created even more walls for us to climb over. Awkward first day of classes through a computer screen, or muffled conversations through transparent board partitions. We have all gone through this, right? Ever since this has become a common denominator in our lives, the demand for therapy has increased and the consumption of self-help books has soared. Basically, we are all looking for that comfortable spot to take a breath. Today, I intend to be your self-help speech by sharing the importance of routine and consistency that helped me, hoping that it'll help you too. I come from a rural town in Gunma Prefecture. I was born there, raised there. My world was basically centered there. I am used to insanely huge supermarkets, unpopulated streets, and the yakimo that I hear every night during the winter while I could see all the constellations that mask the sky. Imagine if this girl suddenly moved to the busy city in Japan. On September 5th, tiny fragments of my old life were packed in boxes and were carried to a place I now call my new home. College was starting in a few days and I was more than excited. My dad drove through the Metropolitan Highway as I viewed the concrete jungle from the car window. I played I Spy with my little eyes, green trees or flat rice fields. I tried so hard to find something that resonated with my hometown. A sudden rush of anxiousness spilled over me. This is my new home. An instant feeling of disbelonging struck. This feeling lasted even as college started, making me doubt myself if I was ever meant to come here in the first place. With most of the classes being online, it was a struggle to make friends. As limited as it was to meet new people, it was necessary for me to keep going, even if it felt like I was caught in a lonely labyrinth in a busy city, unable to escape. After 3 months, although a few pieces were missing, I was slowly getting used to my new lifestyle. The key to managing my new life was a new routine. In my new room, new kitchen, and a new route to school, I tried to find consistency that grounded me. A cup of warm water between waking up and washing my face, or the specific turns I would take on my way to school so that the sun would shine on me without the buildings blocking. The very subtle things made me feel like I belonged. And I felt like this because the routines made me feel like I was in control of my own life, even in a completely new environment. Throughout the process of figuring myself out, I also noticed that the importance of routine and consistency does not only apply to myself, but also to others. I own a tutoring business, and I have about 10 students that I teach every week. I started this in April 2020 when COVID-19 had just begun to spread and when many schools were closing. So throughout the pandemic, I had the opportunity to see the changes in emotions in those 10 kids. There was this one very bubbly and active 4th grader. 3 months ago, I got a text from her mom saying she has been feeling unwell since the new academic year and she hasn't been going to school. I was shocked. Out of all the students I teach, one of the most energetic students has been sitting at home resisting going to school she used to love. I am no professional, but I somehow knew that she needed help. So I decided to check in with her every week on the same day. At the beginning of class, I would make time to ask her very ordinary things, focusing on what she does every day on her own, like about the book she has been reading or the walks she would go on with her dog. After a few months, I get a text from her mom saying, appreciating the daily check-ins. She says that her daughter has been feeling a lot better and she gradually wants to go to school again. She then told me that the persistent opportunity to revisit what she did in the week made her realize that she was doing a good job and led her to maintain a similar cycle every week. So in a way, this weekly check-in acted like a journal where she could make sure that she was navigating her own life. As relief poured through, I superimposed her life and my life. It seems like I have found an answer to the question that I kept asking myself over the past months. What can we do to move forward when the environment stops us? It was in finding a comfortable routine that makes us feel grounded and stable. A famous behavior science expert, James Clear, says in his famous self-help book, Atomic Habits, goals are good for setting a direction, but systems are good for making progress. I always thought that to move forward or to make ourselves fit into a new environment, we needed to set goals, go out of our way, and actively do things. For example, joining all the extracurriculars that we're interested in, or attending all the parties in fear of missing out. However, of course, these intentional processes are meaningful. However, when there are significant changes to adjust to, sometimes these may lead us to become even more lost. In this situation, it is not a matter of productivity or how active we become, but gradual consistency achieved by slowly adjusting ourselves to the environment with unchanging habits. Following something steady is not equivalent to hiding in your comfort zones. as some may say. Creating a routine that anchors us can be a useful guide to step forward. Even though I don't follow my stars like I did in my hometown, I know I follow my routines and consistency that guides me through my new world. I am confident that you will too. Thank you.
Now it's time for the question and answer period. Professor Tsuruta, please.
Thank you, Ms. Yamada, for your nice speech. Okay, so first of all, I'm very impressed how well you look after your students that you tutor.
Thank you.
So, yes, do you wish to be a teacher someday?
I actually don't, but I really do enjoy teaching them, and it makes me very happy to see their progress every week.
Okay, I would think that you'd be an excellent teacher, but anyway, that was a bit off point. But getting to your point, well, you say you titled your speech and follow an invisible star or an invisible star to follow. Okay, whichever way. So you say that you follow your routines and consistency that guide you through your new world. And I take that to be your invisible star. So can you concretely tell me what you mean by your routines and the consistency?
Well, for me, the new environment that I was put in was living in Shinjuku City, literally the busiest city in Japan, for a new school life. And so my routine was not actually related to academics or anything about school, but more like doing the same thing every morning. So like drinking a cup of warm water every single morning, so that I know I am in control of my own life, or the specific turns I would take on my way to school, so that it's right everywhere I walk, and that I know that I take my own footsteps and making my own progress.
Okay. Actually, it sounds very much like what I would do on my business trip. So I want to behave as though I am at home, and I try to make myself at home so that I can work most efficiently. So I would, for example, set up at my hotel room the same way that I would set up my office table at home, etc. So I think it's something that we have in common. But another thing I wanted to ask you is, what would you say is the biggest difference between your Gunma town and Tokyo?
Well, the biggest thing is that my mom is not home, and she would cook, clean, and do everything for me, but it's not there. So all of that, I need to do that by myself, and that's the biggest difference. Sorry, I'm getting so emotional.
Okay, yes, I understand. Okay, and then you also said at the outset that you would want us to share your experience so that you can make this our self-help speech. What do you mean by that?
Well, so I gave a preface saying that the consumption of self-help books have increased since the COVID-19 pandemic. And so I kind of alluded to that and said that I intend to do a self-help speech so that I can help you guys, hoping that it helps people like self-help books.
Okay, so you yourself.
Well, the routines and consistency also helped me. So I said that I hope that will help you guys too by giving the suggestions.
Right, but I think that's also because of this COVID situation. Had it not been this situation, it would have been very different. But
well, it doesn't really mean COVID-19. It's not just COVID-19 that I'm talking about, but it can be anything relating to adjusting to a new life. So like moving to a new city, or like being in a new extracurricular activity. I think that the act of routines and consistency can be applied to any situation that's new and not just COVID-19.
Okay, so to me, it sounded like what you meant by self-help would be to try to set up for yourself the same kind of a comfort zone, even though you don't have your mother around, you don't feel around, but to try to make a setting so that you can feel comfortable and
Yes,
you can feel
that
that
I
you're
agree.
efficient. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Tsuruta and Ms. Yamada. Now we will have a judging time for 3 minutes. Let us welcome the fourth speaker. The fourth speaker is Miss Ayui Ohira from Doshisha University. She will deliver her speech under the title of Your Choice Matters. Your Choice Matters. Miss Ohira, please come up to the stage.
Thank you, Mr. Person and distinguished judges, and thank you for Ms. Yamada. I was really moved by your speech and I was almost crying. I'm sorry if my voice is shaking. Anyway, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
One day, I was taking a university class as usual. What was unusual was a picture the teacher showed. It was a picture capturing the collapse of the whole of a huge building. The building collapsed itself, and 4,000 people inside were buried alive. My mind was blown with shock. However, the following words the teacher said made me totally speechless. This accident is no other people's affair. The cause of the tragedy might be you. This accident happened to a building named the Rana Plaza in Bangladesh. The building was used as a clothing factory. The problem was the employer intended to reduce the cost forcefully and made the employee to work in the Rana Plaza, even though it had a structural failure. So today, I'm here to say such problems of labor and human rights in clothing factories should be solved. And I hope my words lead the society to be where both clothing consumers and workers can live a happy life. It is said that most of the tasks for apparel industry don't require any special skills. Nowadays, many clothing factories in developing countries have serious problems of labor and human rights, such as low-paid labor and child labor. According to a survey by an American fashion brand, 98% of 75 million people engaged in clothing companies are working in an extremely low wage, which doesn't meet the minimum income workers generally need. This is hard to believe, but this is the real situation. Let's take a closer look. How do these labor problems harm people specifically? One of the most serious issues is educational issue. Miss Asma, a Bangladeshi woman aged only 18, is one of the many people suffering from this issue. She works for a clothing factory to raise a son. However, it pays only 3,900 yen a month. All she can do is just to get by. No matter how hard she works, she cannot afford to let her son go to school. Probably, she is working in such a low wage even now, suffering from the fact that her son cannot get education and sink into poverty as well. This is hard to believe, isn't it? Once again, however, this is the real situation. Then, what is the cause of this terrible situation? To be honest, the cause is our clothes. Most of the clothes made in those developing countries are exported to developed countries, including Japan. We try to get clothes as cheap as possible limitlessly, and this leads the fashion brands intend to reduce the cost forcefully, which results in unethical labor environment. I'm sure that you've seen clothes which are sold in really low price. While they are reasonable for us, they are causing pain on the workers. Although these problems are invisible for us and might seem to have nothing to do with us, we are led for them. So, what should we do to put a brakes on the situation? What's needed is the attitude to work on ethical fashion. Ethical fashion is fashion or clothes which are mindful of workers and the environment. Today, more than 80% of people are unaware of ethical fashion. I used to be one of them, and buy clothes which are sold in very low price. We should be aware of ethical fashion, and this problem will gradually head for a solution. So, here is a suggestion to work on ethical fashion in a simple and easy way. It is that we should support ethical fashion brands which considers labor problems. Especially for those who have no idea which brand to choose, I would like to introduce a useful service. Good on you. This service evaluates fashion brands according to the attitude toward various problems, including labor problems. All you have to do is just to enter on the website or the application, enter the name of your favorite brand, and see if it's responsible for labor problems. I tried it, and I found one of my favorite brands is unethical. Now I'm trying not to buy from the brand. You may say, I cannot afford to buy clothes from ethical brands because they're quite expensive. Actually, there's another way to work on ethical fashion without any cost. Good on You allows the users to suggest which brand should be evaluated. For example, if you find a brand which haven't been evaluated, you can request Good on You to evaluate the brand. In Japan, still many brands haven't been found with service. So, if you find a brand which haven't been evaluated, or if you find a brand which is working on ethical fashion and request the brand to be evaluated, it can help the brand's effort to be known to many people. Even if you cannot afford to buy clothes, you can find ways to work on ethical fashion. Again, many clothing factory workers are suffering in exchange for our reasonable clothes. In other words, if we don't change, this situation never changes. We have to start working on this problem, or you, me, and all of the people in developed countries. So when you go shopping next time, please look up from the price tag and think for a second. How has this cloth been made? Is the price proper for the clothes? Hasn't anyone suffered due to the clothes in my hands? Even if it's just a second, it's a very important step. It can change inside of your shopping basket and lives of the workers who are suffering even today. Thank you.
Now it's time for the question and answer period. Professor Tsuruta, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Soja, for your nice speech. You made me look at my jacket to see the label, but I couldn't find which country was producing. But okay, anyway, so what do you mean by ethical fashion once again?
Ethical fashion has some definition, but in my speech, I would like to say that ethical means that it considers about the workers, not only consumers. And in other definition, sometimes it means that they are friendly, eco-friendly, or sometimes consider about animal welfare. But in my speech, it means considers it is mindful of workers.
Okay, so you suggested the website, Good on You, as the site that you should go to look up whether the brand that you're wearing is considered ethical or not, in consideration of the workers in your work. Well, who organizes this website?
Okay, thank you for the question. And the organizer is an Australian NGO named Ethical Consumer Australia, and it was published in 2019.
Okay, and you say that not too many Japanese brands are on this, but have you tried putting the names of the Japanese brands yourself?
Yeah, I've tried some of them, but they're not evaluated, but I found Uniqlo is evaluated.
And whether is it ethical or not?
It was in the middle. It was from first to the 5, and Uniqlo was the 3rd.
Okay. Yeah. So what do you do if you don't find your brand on this website?
If I don't find the website, first of all, I will suggest the brand to be evaluated, as I said in my speech. And if I want to know if the brand is ethical or not, I will try to search on the internet. But I think I cannot find it on Good on You, so I will try to find it on the internet in another way. I will try another way.
And I'll ask you from another perspective. How do you determine the value or the worth of the clothes that you wear? Are there other measures that you place importance other than ethical?
I'm sorry.
Okay, what value or what worth do you place on your clothes that you wear? You say that being ethical is important, and I do agree, but any other measures that you consider in buying clothes?
Like fashion or
yes, right, yeah, or comfort or I think it's because everything that you choose in your life, you have certain perspectives that you base your judgments on.
Okay, thank you. At least for me, the value of the clothes is how comfortable it is when I wear it, and of course, it is ethical. But I don't care much about the appearance. I prefer to wear simple clothes. So, but maybe for some people, it matters if the appearance is good or not.
Okay.
But for me, I don't care.
Okay. And what do you say to those people who say that even though the wage might be low, is it not good that the employers are giving work to those people in developing countries by setting up factories to produce clothes?
I'm sorry.
Okay. What would you say? I'm talking about economic activity. What would you say to those people, even though the wages might be low, what is, well, okay, let me put it another way. Even though the wage is low, isn't it good that the workers in the developing countries are getting jobs from those factories? What would you say to them?
I see, okay. At least the person I said, the Miss Asma, her salary is 3,900 yen, but in Bangladesh, the average salary is 77,000.
Okay.
So even in the developing countries, the salary is low.
Okay, so you're talking about comparative risk, and so that should be raised. Okay, I understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Durga and Ms. Oya. Now we will have a judging time for a few minutes. Now, let us welcome the fifth speaker. The fifth speaker is Ms. Momoka Arakawa from Kosei University. She will deliver her speech under the title of An Order-Made Keepsake. An Order-Made Keepsake. Ms. Arakawa, please come up to the stage.
Sure.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony and honorable judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Keepsake, a small gift given to you to remember a person, place, or occasion. Yes, a keepsake sometimes does its job of reminding the memories for an event or person. However, they're usually only vague and may not give you the detailed information. To keep memories concrete and clear, what kind of factors are needed? Relying only on our neurons may not be the best idea. Then, what else? Visual information? Auditory information? I'd say both of them are equally important. Today, I would like to share with all of you a method where you can retain your memories without any special effort. And you'll be able to capture the moments of your memory for a more extended period and greater detail. After my speech, I hope people who lost their important ones and are in deep sorrow can be seen. And fewer people will experience what I had to overcome when I lost my loved one. I need to say that this speech is not a speech for the whole society. It is a speech for every single person. Cherish every moment in your life. You must have heard a lot about how life is fragile, and once you realize
how true the words are. Our lives can be destroyed by anything at any time. But most of us, if not all, will only understand it truly once we experience it firsthand. Let's make the beautiful memories as soon as the time we can still make them a keepsake. What's more, there's a concept, there's a saying, every human dies twice. This concept was handed down long ago. But what are the two deaths? The first death. Humans face the first death when the heart is not beating anymore and is diagnosed as physical death by the doctor. The second death comes there when there's no longer anyone who remembers self, which often means eternal death. Here is my experience. My mother passed away last September because of cancer. It was the darkest days of my life. During the saddest day, I couldn't make myself up to do anything. Part-time job, gathering, and even studies, I did nothing. All I could do those days was to drop liters of tears and try to flush away sorrows. I regretted that I didn't take her anywhere and tried to make memories with her in her last moments. And many say that us, human, we're sorry forgetting how our loved one sounds when they passed. And unfortunately, based on my personal experience, it seems to be very trustworthy, as true as it is. It has only been 6 months since my mother passed away. And even though she was by far the closest person to me, I now barely remember her voice, tone, and even how she spoke. The time, the memories, and the moments are now fading out of my mind. It is hard to describe in words, but it is like not being able to stop losing pieces of puzzle that you know you care about more than anything. You can never imagine how ridiculous and sorrowful it is when you realize the memories with you and your precious ones start to be missing. Of course, my mother did leave some keepsakes to me. A Louis Vuitton backpack she used to use when she was about the same age as myself now. A beautiful necklace was made of shining crystal was given to her by my father when they started being together. Photo albums go with photo of my mother, father, and me. But one thing I could never find, no matter how hard I looked, was a simple recording of her talking. Yes, as you guessed, my solution is to film and save the moments with your loved one and create your own ornate keepsake. You may have been a little bit disappointed of how simple the final answer was and wondered why you hadn't done it in the first place. This is because we take the presence of our loved ones so much for granted that we forget there is always an end to everything and anything. Furthermore, we unconsciously think that we will not forget important memories. However, as I mentioned, memories might remain for a certain period, but sooner or later, some parts start to decay and makes your memories forever incomplete. Simply pointing the camera straight at the person may not capture the natural atmosphere. So here's a tip for you on when to film. Start recording secretly, and even when it is just an ordinary conversation, such as, "Hey, don't fart in the car," or, "Wow, what a tough hero." Any random sentences or thoughts are welcome to be filmed. I might saying this over and over, but remember, purpose of taking video is for us, those who still have got to live a life without them. March 19th, which is the birthday of my deceased mother. On the day of this year, I went on a Ghana trip with my dearest family. I realized this would be an excellent opportunity for ordinary keepsake. I don't want to miss any part of the memories with my beloved one again. Never. With that thought in mind, I secretly hit the red button. Thank you for listening.
Now it's time for a question and answer period. Professor Tsuruta, please.
Thank you, Mr. for your nice speech. Well, yes, what you said is certainly true. I think we all experience that when somebody is out of sight, that person is very likely to be soon out of line as well. Okay, but once again, let me ask from a different perspective. Why is it so important for you to say that you should retain your memory of your loved ones? You might have a memory that you might rather forget. So, yes, are you talking about specific memories that you want to keep?
Okay. First of all, the memories that I want to keep for the first place is the ordinary, the daily life or daily conversation with my loved one, such as family or friends. And the reason why I think we should remain the memories of those kind of past people is because I think not forgetting someone else is some kind of the gratitude, like showing the attitude that you care about the person. And this would be my answer.
Okay. What do you mean by life is fragile?
Life is fragile means like life can be very strong. Of course, the life can be very strong, but at the same time, we don't know when we will die. Like maybe the next moment, to say something very important, maybe the next moment, the whole will like corrupted, and all of it may have an opportunity may have a possibility to die here. We cannot, to conclude, life is fragile. Life is fragile is we cannot predict what will happen in our lives, and we cannot also predict when our life will end.
Okay, well, I thought that you meant probably that relationships with others can be very fragile, or is that not what you meant?
Yes, that is a little bit out of the point, what I mean.
Right. So, when you say that you want to treasure the memories of your loved ones, those are the ones that the people that you feel are important, that you want to hit the red button, as you said.
Yes.
And okay, so what would you like us to do in our ordinary time?
Okay. I want all of you here to do after my speech is to record some kind of videos or take some videos whenever it is just a daily conversation with your friends or your family to keep the actual data of the person who has to show they have been existed in this world. And by doing this, you can make your memories concrete and more concrete, so that sometimes you miss some person that has passed away, who has already passed away. You could recognize how the atmosphere was when you are with the person or in that situation. That's all.
Okay, there are some other things that I wanted to ask you, but I'm afraid the time is up. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Furita and Ms. Arakawa. Now we will have a judging time for a few minutes. Thank you for the nice speeches. Now we would like to have a short intermission. The honorable judges will leave this call. Please stand up and give them a big applause. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The second part of this contest will start at 1:55. 1:55. So please be seated again by 1:50. 1:50. Thank you.
May I have your attention, please? Now, I would like to start the second part of the contest. The honorable judges will enter this hall. Please stand up and welcome them with a big applause. Thank you. Please be seated. Now, let us welcome the sixth speaker. The sixth speaker is Nao Sugita from Keio University. She will deliver her speech under the title of To Be Amazing with Acne. To Be Amazing with Acne. Miss Sugita, please come up to the stage.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and honorable judges. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nao Sugita. And before I start my speech, let me introduce Nao Sugita Jr. Nao Sugita Jr., what is it? It is a pimple I've got here on my chin. I have acne, the skin condition in which you often get pimples. So I'm not standing here and introducing my pimple to you all, but it hasn't always seemed an easy thing to do. In fact, even now, I would be lying if I said I'm not scared of talking about this at this moment. What if the audience finds this disgusting? What if I look as if I lack the basic sense of beauty? And that is the very thing I'd like to change. Today, I'm going to talk about the way we think of acne and cast doubt on the idea that it is bad, ugly, and something we must conceal. After the speech, I hope more people will feel comfortable about themselves with or without acne. Acne bothers us a lot. We think that it makes us ugly and that it's better if there are no pimples to be seen. For example, you have a date with your boyfriend or girlfriend today, but you wake up in the morning to find a huge pimple in the middle of your face. How do you feel? You become a little unhappy and wish they wouldn't find it, don't you? According to Medical Company Limited, more than 90% of young people in Japan have a stress concerning acne. It implies that even if you don't have acne right now, it's rather unlikely that you live a life entirely free from the annoyance caused by acne. And acne often continues for a long time. If you think that it makes you ugly, you have to feel uncomfortable repeatedly for a long time. Let me share my experience. My family genetically has sensitive skin, and trivial factors easily turn into pimples. I've been with countless people throughout the years, and all the time, my mother has been finding methods one after another that might work for my skin. I changed clinics again and again. I've already lost count of how many medicines I tried. I tried so many foods too: natto, carrot juice, soy yogurt, brown rice. And as I came to realize that they will never cure my acne completely, those attempts started to hurt me. Why do I have to continue this? Do I look that pathetic and problematic to my mom? Am I that ugly? It was too much for me. It felt as if I looked so pathetic that I wasn't even allowed to eat what I liked. And even if I tried, my acne didn't seem to disappear. I would never look good enough. I was miserable. Then I thought, is it really going to make me better? Is it my acne that decides the value of my face? Once this idea came to my mind, it felt so true. Yes, maybe what makes us not pretty is the idea that acne makes us ugly, not the acne itself. Think about this. This world is full of information about how to hide acne. There are many videos on YouTube that talk about how to conceal acne. There are many concealers to cover acne with, and no one seems to find it strange. There are many people that actually try to conceal it. Surrounded by such an environment, it is natural that we can't stop measuring beauty by how smooth our skin is. So today, I'd like to suggest another way of measuring beauty. That is, you are beautiful if you have confidence in yourself. I know you can't just have confidence just because I said so, but there's a way that actually works for me. It is to see Instagram posts by an artist, Hailey Witt. In 2018, Hailey decided to stop hiding the acne that has spread all over her face and started to post pictures of herself without foundation, among other pictures with makeup on. She talks about how she used to feel overwhelmed by her acne, and how she came to accept herself. These are her words. Just because you have these imperfections doesn't mean you can't be amazing. It shook my heart because the way she was confident of her true self was absolutely cool and amazing. And it made me think that I could be beautiful too, just by being myself. I'm sure Haley's post will make you rethink the way you measure beauty and reduce your stress about acne, just like they did for me and for many other people. At the beginning of my speech, I said I was scared of talking about acne here, but now I'm much less scared because you've listened to me. Sometimes the way others look at you is scary, even if you have accepted yourself. But if you talk about it, you'll feel accepted by others too. I hope you remember the story of Haley and casually bring us somewhere, so that you and even more people will feel accepted and comfortable about acne. I'm still trying to cure my acne as a health program, but I don't feel stressed by the remaining pimples because I don't believe they make me ugly. I wish this way of thinking would spread to more people and eventually change the way everyone measures beauty. It's the 21st century. Everything is becoming diverse. You don't judge people by their race, nationality, or sexuality. There have been prejudices concerning them for a long time, but things are changing, right? Why do we still believe that only people without acne are beautiful? Why don't we become amazing with or without acne? Thank you.
Now it's time for question and answer period. Professor to the top, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Sika, for your very nice speech. Okay, let me first ask you a very fundamental question. How do you develop to have confidence in yourself?
Okay, first I suddenly noticed that maybe acne doesn't make me ugly. And then I searched on the internet whether there are people who think the same way. And I found a Haley Wick's Instagram post. And looking at her post, I felt like having confidence meant beautiful. And it was the beginning of my confidence.
Okay, more fundamental question. Why do we care how we look? Why do you think what other people feel about you is important?
I'm not sure about the reason, but I'm sure that we do care about it.
Okay. Right, all right. But then you talked about acne, and you started out by saying your acne junior, and then you gave us the statistics by, according to medical company, more than 90% of young people in Japan have had stress concerning acne. So those are young people, okay? And acne is not permanent. So I don't think that you were only talking about acne, but I think what you wanted really to get at is why are you concerned about how other people look at you? And also the cure or the way to develop confidence in yourself is to be the answer that you can have, so that we don't want to be so scared. And why do you think that we are scared of how other people look at us? You said that you tend to be scared about how others see you.
I think it is because the idea that acne makes us ugly is common among us. And we don't want to be thought as ugly by others.
But do you really think that acne is such an important issue? Or do you mean it symbolically, denoting about our appearance?
I do believe it's a very important issue because I suffered from acne for a long time, and I felt really unhappy and uncomfortable about acne for a long time. So I like to say to people who are suffering from acne just like me.
Okay. So do you accept, for example, if you have a boyfriend who has an acne, do you accept that?
Yes.
Okay, fine. And you want other people to do the same?
Yes.
Yes. And your solution, if I understood correctly, is to have confidence in yourself. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so that's the solution that you found by doing the search on the internet by yourself. Right? Yeah. And tell me a little bit about this Miss Higgy. Because this is the first time I've heard about this person.
Okay, she is an artist, but she's not a very famous person. She's just using Instagram like personally, but she often posts pictures of herself with a lot of makeup. So she often posts pictures of herself with much foundation and with her acne completely hidden. And I think it is very meaningful that she also reveals her acne with other makeup models.
Okay, thank you. I would love to ask you more questions, but I understand the time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Tsuruta and Ms. Sugita. Now we will have judging time for 3 minutes. Let us welcome the 7th speaker. The 7th speaker is Miss Ivy Okamoto from Tsuda University. She will deliver her speech under the title of Link the Past to the Future. Link the Past to the Future. Miss Okamoto, please come up to the stairs. Ready for that?
I'm sorry about that. Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
We chatted and laughed with friends and sang popular songs while we were walking because it was so boring for girls only 13. An old woman told me, "What do you think she was talking about? Is it a memory of high school days?" No, Actually, it was one of her experiences during World War II. They were in the Naval Arsenal, which is a factory of making weapons for the Navy. I would like to ask you, what's your image of World War II? I suppose many of us, including me, have a cruel image. However, there are some ordinary moments, as the woman told me. Today, I'm here to talk about the importance of knowing many sides of wartime and telling it to the next generation. The goal I am to achieve through this speech is to shift our perception of wartime a little. Lives in wartime are full of suffering and hardships. However, importantly, there are also moments people talk and laugh with their family and friends. If we can get this new perception of wartime, we realize wartime is not a distant past, but a close incident to us, and we will survive more actively. By the way, why do we need to know about wartime and tell it to the future? Some of you may think this way. I believe it's so we can appreciate the value of human life and to protect ourselves from repeating such disastrous actions. However, even though many people recognize that there is better knowledge about and interest in the war when people is decreasing. According to the Asahi newspaper Digital, a girl from Nagasaki joined the petition for 10,000 high school students. However, the first thing she was told by her friends was, "You are a well-aware person, and do you want a recommendation for the university entrance exam?" If such indifference continue among the young, we might find ourselves blindly and turning upon a new war. Without understanding the importance of not repeating the past, the government might decide to put issues of the state ahead of the lives of its students. To avoid the situation, we need to know the past and link it to future generations. Then, why we don't have much interest in knowing about the wartime? That's because we mostly found the cruelty and suffering of wartime. Shoji Shirai from Nagasaki University says, Japanese peace education is said to be anti-nuclear and anti-war education. The contents tend to be one-sided, and many of us have trauma. Therefore, many students feel distance and somehow separate from the war, not just in time and space, but with regard to their emotions and feelings. When I was a high school student, I had the opportunity to listen to the story of wartime directly from two women. They talked about experiences in the Naval Arsenal and the daily lives in 1940. They told me that day, bombs were dropped from the sky and 1,000 people were injured and killed. That was the same as I had learned at school. At the same time, however, they told me the moment that they chatted that while they were working. I was really surprised because I saw people working at the Naval Arsenal had no right to behave freely, but actually they enjoy the time with their friends as we enjoy now. So the situation was different. The sense of happiness is the same as us. It changed my perception of wartime and stimulated my interest to learn more. But maybe you are thinking now that you won't have opportunity like me. There are many ways to learn the human aspect of wartime. Firstly, watching TV animations and reading comics about the past war. They are easy to get and quite cheap. I highly recommend watching この世界の片隅 in Japanese, which portrays the daily lives of ordinary people. It gives us more nuanced view of the time. Then, secondly, asking people who are around you. Not only your relatives, but also people in your community. By doing so, we realize there are some ordinary gentle moments even in wartime, and we think it's close to us. It seems quite difficult to find the opportunity to listen to the story of wartime in person. However, the people who experience the war are getting old. According to Nikkei Online in Japan, the average age of people who experience a Pacific War is 81.5 years old. We should be aware that we are the last generation who will be able to listen to the real experiences from the living character. No matter how bitter or seemingly unimportant, we need to know the normal moments of wartime as well as about the suffering and hardship. After taking some small steps, we can do one more thing as the last generation to link the past to the future. When I listened to the story about wartime, I actually made a radio documentary program to share the story with women. Thanks to this COVID-19 situation, we know a lot about recording videos and voice. So when you have a chance to listen to the experiences of wartime, just record and leave it to the future generation. So everyone, now is the time to access the important past. Why don't we ask the real experiences and learn many sides of wartime? Our small action will change our perception of wartime, and let's tell it to the future generations to link the past to the future. Thank you.
Now it's time for question and answer period. Professor Tsuruta, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Okamoto, for your nice speech. Well, you raised an important point that some of our past memories should never be forgotten and should be passed on. And I'm curious about the two ladies that you heard the wartime stories from. And are there your personal connections that you have?
Thank you, Christian. And the person who experienced the war I asked was not my connection. It was totally, it was the person who actually from not my relatives or in my community, but they worked in the neighbor arsenal, and the neighbor arsenal is in my hometown. So they are coming from other direction.
Okay, so I was very impressed when you said that you made a radio program according to this stories of two ladies. And do you share that on YouTube, for example, for us to see?
Your question, and the radio documentary program is one of my activities of crowd. So it was fun to upload the YouTube because it was for a contest for NHK high school broadcasting contest. So I made it for the contest, but I gave the documentary program to the person who answered my interviews.
Okay, I see. So those are your high school days. I see. And you say you come from a naval town. May I ask where it is?
I'm from Toyokawa State in Aichi Prefecture.
I see. So that's the Army? The Navy was based.
Yes.
Okay, right. All right. So you also talked about この世界の片隅, or I think the English title is In This Corner of the World. Can you tell us a little bit about the story?
Okay, so the movie of この世界の片隅 is writing for the time of in Hiroshima in 1945, and one girl accidentally hit a bomb, and she was shot by the accident, and we can learn from how it was serious in the time in 1945 in Hiroshima, but also the movie writes the person's emotional feelings and the normal days in that time. So I think the movie can tell us that, of course, the war is a serious problem and the war shouldn't happen again. But there is a moment that the people enjoyed in the time, talking with families or talking with people who love each other. So I highly recommend to watch the movie.
Okay, so does that you think that you want to emphasize the human life story part of the lives under the war? That the tragedies, of course, they happened, but you want to emphasize the daily lives, the emotions of normal people. So why do you want to emphasize that part?
Because when before I asked the interview to the two women, I thought asking about the wartime memory is kind of like taboo, that we shouldn't ask it for them because we may remember the serious moment, cruel moment, and they might cry. I'm afraid of that moment. But after I had an interview with them, they are like kind of smiley, and the atmosphere of the interview was really good. And I was impressed, and I was very surprised about the atmosphere was really good. So I thought emphasizing on the cruel side is important to know about the war. But maybe younger people or students are more interested in how the person who were in that age enjoyed their daily life. And I think we can know that similarities between we and the person who are in the 1941.
Okay, and that to you is the link from the past to the future. Okay, thank you.
Enemies are coming up. Now we will have certain time for a few minutes. Let us welcome the eighth speaker. The eighth speaker is Ms. Nanako Kawanishi from Aoyama Gakuin University. She will deliver her speech under the title of Don't Let Your Angry Be Angry. Don't let your angry be angry. Ms. Kawanishi, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Thank you, masters of the ceremony and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I used to be like a Godzilla. I used to scream and throw things when things didn't go like what I expected. I still get angry every day. But in this complex society, not being angry is probably inevitable. But somehow, I have come to control my anger. So today, I hope this speech will help your anger not explode anymore. Anger is an honest emotion that we all have. So there is no need to hide. However, anger outbursts usually lead to aggression. An attack triggered by that sudden emotion can rob you of many things: the trust of people around you, or your friendship, or your career. An attack doesn't explain your true feelings, right? You are not trying to let them know that you're angry. You want to tell them that you're disappointed in what they have said or done. But once if you get enraged or violent, that attitude will only annoy them, and it will make it more difficult to have a conversation with them. That's why I want you to learn how to control your anger. According to the Japan Anger Management Association, anger is a secondary emotion. Secondary emotion. They are, then what's the first? Actually, they are called primary emotions, and they have basic emotions like sadness and fear and impatience. They are named from the fact that anger appears after primary emotion. In other words, anger can't appear without having primary emotions. So we can say these primary emotions are the cause of anger. So if you don't ignore your anger, you can calm it down. But if you ignore, 3, 2, 1, boom, anger explodes. So everyone, not to make your anger explode, you should focus on your anger and put it back to the primary emotion stage. Here, let me share my experience. As I said a few minutes ago, I used to be controlled by anger. I would yell at my mom and throw things to the wall just because the dinner wasn't what I liked. But now, I don't do that. To me, taking time was the key to calm anger down. When I got angry, a few minutes made me relax and reminded me of the sadness that I originally wanted to tell her. Finally, I come to control my anger. Once our anger explodes, we often forget our claim and focus on how to defeat the opponent. This is the first disadvantage when we ignore anger. The second disadvantage is that your angry attitude will make others also become angry. Anger is a more contagious emotion than others. Therefore, we should deal with it as soon as possible. If not so, my anger explosion bump into your anger explosion, and it may hurt the others. So remember, your anger is not from the desire to attack others, but from the desire to hear your voice. Then, how can we avoid letting our anger explode? To me, taking time was the key. Taking time or counting seconds are the famous examples to calm anger down. Here, one interesting method is to speak out loud. I am angry. Then your friends ask why, and you can calm down. This method is a little bit embarrassing, but effective. By these methods, you can see yourself from a different point of view. Finally, let me summarize my speech.
anger is not a wrong emotion, but anger gets lonely easily. So you should focus on them before it gets aggressive. Thank you.
Now it's time for question and answer period. Professor Tsuruta, please.
Thank you, Ms. Kanishi, for your very interesting speech. You certainly don't look like a gazelle. I don't think. And by the way, can I ask you, what was the dinner menu that made you angry?
Actually, it was a curry.
Mm.
My brother likes curry rice the most, and she ignored my request of meat doria. So I got mad.
Okay. All right. So can you give me another example of your anger becoming angry?
Okay. Then I give you the recently examples.
Mm-hmm.
I wear high heels today. I wear high heels, but I don't like wearing high heels because it doesn't match my feet. And so I bring the solution here. It's the loafer. I bring loafer here, and I can put off this high heels whenever I like. It's the solution. So my anger, be angry, maybe continue wearing these high heels, make me angry, make my anger more angry.
Okay. So you also say that anger is not a wrong emotion. Why do you say that?
Because just anger is doesn't harm anyone. The thing harms us is the beyond anger, the attack. Attack is the beyond anger. So anger is not wrong.
Right.
Anger is just feeling. Feeling doesn't harm you, don't you? Don't.
Yes. Well, I was interested when you said that anger is actually secondary emotion. It's not a primary emotion of sadness or something that hits you initially. Okay. So if that is the case, are you telling us that it is important to control anger, and that is something that we should do, so that we don't let anger take control of us? Is that what you're trying to say to us?
A solution?
Yes.
Yeah, as I said in my speech, taking time or saying out loud or having a time, having a space between anger and myself. And after I relax, I have to focus on anger and analyze the anger and put it back to the primary emotion stage. That is a solution.
And you also say that anger is instantly contagious in this stressful society. Can you give an example of that?
Instantly contagious.
Instantly contagious.
I actually changed the back home. So I said contagious is more contagious than the others. Like I told in the speech, if I get mad, you get mad.
Okay.
That's the theory. Sorry. I have no idea.
Okay, thank you so much.
Professor Tsuruka and Ms. Malanishi. Now we will have a turning time for a few minutes. Let us welcome the ninth speaker. The ninth speaker is Misaki Yamaoka from Waseda University. She will deliver her speech under the title of Let the Voices Be Heard. Let the Voices Be Heard. Ms. Yamaoka, please come up to the stage. Sure.
Thank you, Masters of Ceremony, Timekeeper, and honorable judges. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
How should we live from now on? No one will help us, said a woman, sobbing and despairing. She had just gotten divorced and had 2 children. One was a 7-year-old girl, and the other a 2-year-old boy. She was not a single mother, but couldn't work enough because her son couldn't enter nursery school. The family fell on hard times, and their smiles disappeared. She realized just feeling the blessed wouldn't help, so she tried to ask for help, but could not, because she was overwhelmed. In fact, no one had taught her what to do in this situation, and her family failed to receive public assistance that should have been provided. This tragedy is what happened to my family in 2010. I'll never forget my mother's despite us at some time. Japan has a system to support people with various difficulties, like the poor, single mothers, and young carers, etc. But it is not properly provided to those who should receive it. According to the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, of those who qualify for public assistance, only 19.7% use it. By contrast, in Sweden, which gives support in a push-type way, the percentage is 82%. According to the Japan Federation of Association, this low rate is due to complexity of application. Such a wide gap should not be tolerated because our voices in need and government's voices willing to help can't hear each other. So today,
I'm standing here to explain how to let the voices be heard both ways. After my speech, I hope we can receive enough support and realize a society where everyone can live in safety and dignity. To start, let's find out what is happening in our society. Caregiver fatigue is mental and physical exhaustion caused by caring for family members without public assistance. It can lead to depression, and in the worst case, murder or suicide. According to the Japan Research Institute, approximately 60% of caregivers are unaware of and don't receive support. Let me introduce a concrete example. In 2020, a woman killed her grandmother. The grandmother had dementia and couldn't do anything without adult support. There was no one else to take care of this old woman, so her granddaughter was her caregiver. Because she also worked, she slept only 2 hours a day. She really loved her grandmother and even appreciated her for being supportive over the years. But she was on her mental and physical limit. In the end, the tragedy took place. This is a tragedy that could have been prevented with proper support. Please keep in mind, this is only a small portion of the problem, but I will focus specifically on those in need of immediate assistance. Then, why do such situations occur? It's largely because Japan has an application-based worker system. This means that even if we meet requirements for support, we will not see it unless we research and apply ourselves. Japan uses this system because there are no other established options for now. So the government had no choice but to wait for the voices in need, and no way to deliver the voices willing to help. Imagine if we had a society that could immediately help people in need. We can spend our lives with smile and without anxiety. To realize such an ideal society, we need to let the voices be heard both ways. So, how can the government achieve this? I suggest government make use of information technology. A good example is AI, which is planned to be introduced in Finland this year. This AI-based platform will allow people to receive services they need in a precise way. The data is collected from a personal identification system, which is similar to the mining system in Japan. Based on that data, the AI creates classifications, suggests effective public and private services we need in a precise way. Also, remarkably, the system is equipped to create new services when there is no appropriate service to solve a certain problem by a combination of the existing system. I would like the government to realize our system like this AI. The reason that AI can prevent the tragedies I mentioned before is that AI can let us know the services we need and give us support automatically. Then, if Japan adopts such information technology, it becomes easier for the government to give proper support to people in need. However, to realize this, people's mind for privacy data is crucial. Many people are hesitant government's privacy data retention for administrative uses such as mining system. This is a political hurdle to realize ideal information technology. Of course, to overcome this, the government needs to make an effort to improve the security of the system. But at the same time, changing our minds toward privacy data is necessary to help the government make the best use of information for its citizens. Let the voices in need be heard. Let the voices willing to help be heard. By making this happen both ways, a society where everyone can live in safety and dignity must be realized. If there were information technology like AI in Japan back in 2010, the smiles in my family would never have disappeared from us. I don't want you all to experience the same tragedy as I did. So, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for the voices to resonate. Thank you.
Now it's time for question and answer period. Professor Tsuruta, please.
Thank you, Ms. Yamaka, for sharing your very valuable experience, and I appreciate how painful it must have been for you, but certainly your mother must be very proud of how well that you're doing today. She must be very proud of your performance in delivering your speech at the voice speaker. Okay, so getting to my question, well, you gave us such a shocking personal story, but is it that you think that such a gap between Japan and Sweden exists because of the so-called lack of the use of this technology platform? Is that something that we can do in order to have Japan become closer to the way that Sweden is performing much better in hearing the voices?
Sorry, could you say
okay. So you gave us the data about such a gap between Sweden and Japan. And you said that that's because that Japan has this application system which does not make it easy for the government to be recognizing those people who are in need. So are you suggesting that by shifting to the Swedish system or the system that employs AI technology, that situation can be made much better?
By using the such information technology or
AI,
stated in my speech, AI, it becomes easier for the government and all of us to let the voices be heard.
So what can people like us, ordinary citizens, do to help for government to employ such Aurora AI?
I think the biggest barrier to realize such system is our minds for privacy protection. So many people are worried about the
privacy infringement.
Privacy. So changing our mind toward privacy data. This is what we can do to help the government to realize such system.
Well, I understand that there has been a huge change in the privacy protection law back in 2021, last year. Does that make the situation better or worse?
I think the situation will be better because of COVID-19, many people are research their services, and for using the system, we need to apply minor assistance, or maybe the registration may be better.
Okay. Well, I do understand that the government has a big role to play in this, but is there anything that us ordinary citizens can do to help? Okay, I know that this is mainly responsibility of the government to listen to the voices of those who are in need. So government really has to make action in order to move forward. But is there anything that us citizens, ordinary people, can do to try to support and push the government towards that direction?
To realize information technology.
Yes, we have to make the Aurora AI system come true, the way that you do. Yes.
Okay. As I said before, changing our mind to our approach to theater. is important factor.
Okay, so our attitude towards use personality. Okay, thank you. I realize the time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Tsuruta and Ms. Yamaoka. Now we'll have a judging time for a few minutes. Let us welcome the last speaker. The last speaker is Ms. Inomata from Tokyo University of Foreign Studies. She will deliver her speech under the title of Live Your Life. Live Your Life. Ms. Inomata, please come to the stage.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony and Honorable Judges. Good afternoon, everyone. It's not easy to live in this noisy society. How about getting plastic surgery on your eyes? You know, double-edged eyelids are the beauty standard, not just single-edged eyelids. This was the most shocking word which hurt my mind. Someone might say, you are such pessimist to give out just one phrase. However, I bet you have experienced being disappointed by the other's words. Whether the speaker was intentional or not, the words can be aggressive triggers to deny ourselves. Now, I could overcome the words and I'm proud of myself. To be honest, I suffered from the previous comment about my eye quadrant. One of the words that made me feel annoyed by the other part of my body, such as my height, and taller than most girls, and my reddish brown hair. However, I've succeeded in living my own life thanks to the way I showed you. Thus, I'd like to tell you my tips as the one who overcomes the common problems. Live your life. Dear my audience, I'd like to tell you this simple thesis through my speech. Do you cherish yourself? Do you live your life with confidence? I guess most people can say yes from the bottom of your heart. You may have denied yourself because of the fear of others' opinion. So, I'll show you the solution to living your precious life. It's significant to deal with this problem because of the rapid spread of high-level technology. Thanks to the development of technology, we could have access to enormous amount of information. It means not only we can enjoy cutting-edge news, but also it enables us to visualize the beauty standard easier than ever. If we search for makeup method, our device's algorithm will show everything related to the topic. You may face the unwritten word about beauty. Also, you may encounter emotions such as body dysmorphic disorder, which is a phobia of worrying the flaws in your appearance. Because of the post related to the topic, you may obtain the concept you don't need to know. I believe we should want a solution to avoid previous concerns. It's necessary to protect our mental health for two reasons. Firstly, you'll be able to live your own life. Have you ever changed your choice or action because of the comment from outside? The world is mightier than the word, so it can prescribe our behavior. Secondly, you'll be able to reduce the possibility of offending others. Protecting our mental health is equal to becoming less stressful. It means you can care about others' feelings and be responsible for your words. Why is it inevitable to suffer from being disappointed by others' words? In addition to the development of technology, I would like to suggest the violence of words. Every word on the violence, whether the speaker was on purpose or not. Intentionally bad words will never disappear because it's one of the communication tools to share negative feelings. Moreover, every word can offend someone's feelings because of microaggression. In short, this is the unconscious words that offend someone's feelings. Wow, you hit a lot! What do you feel about this comment? Some don't feel anything, but others feel as if they were blamed. Like this, we can't avoid microaggression since it's up to interpretation. Now, let me show you the way to be yourself here. There are 3 pages. The first one is self-acceptance. Self-acceptance means to admit as you are. It's important to accept the reality since we have some unchangeable traits. To achieve this phase, I should accept my eye shape and height, for instance. Just admit the reality. Secondly, try to affirm the value yourself. This is connected to self-esteem. As an example, I'd like to show you my case. I value my eye shape because single-edged arrows have a different kind of charm. Also, I value my height since I don't need to do clothing alternations. Also, I value my fresh brown hair because it keeps my hair colored reddish when I have it colored. Thanks to this phase, we'll be able to accept who we are and value ourselves effectively. I guess some of you feel it's not enough to overcome other words, but don't worry about that. If these previous phases are not enough to heal your mental health, let's listen to encouraging music. This is a third phase. According to Osaka University's paper, lyrics encourage us to feel empathy, so it can heal our mental health. There are so many songs whose theme is value, worries, self-esteem. That's why we can find a song that illustrates your situation or concerns. So listening to them, you'll be able to make precious lyrics. The word can be not only aggressive triggers to deny ourselves, it also can be a trigger to embrace who we are. Thanks to these phases, we'll be free from vicious code words. We can be on the right track. You can be thoughtful and considerate toward others' feelings. We all can live our own lives as we really are. Imagine a world where everyone can embrace all of your traits. Eye shape, hair, height, voice, character, even nationality and sexuality. We all can live our own lives as we really are. We'll be able to change this homogeneous and noisy society to diverse and yet society to live in. Let's begin by embracing ourselves, because we were born this way. Thank you.
Now it's time for question and answer period. Professor to the top, please.
Thank you, Ms. Noda, for your very interesting speech. Well, I was very surprised at your third phase. The first and the second phase, I kind of expected that in order to live your own life, that you should accept yourself or have self-esteem. But then, third point, you say, according to Osaka University's paper, well, I wonder who that professor or the person who wrote it is, but lyrics encourage you to feel empathy. So do you mean that we should listen to empathetic or sympathetic or comforting or whatever songs? Is that what you mean?
I mean to say that if the first phase and second phase are effective to some people, so if someone has confidence by accepting themselves and esteeming themselves, it's enough. But I guess it's very hard for some people to have a confidence about themselves because we are so negative sometimes. So to help such people, I think that lyrics will help you because according to the paper, it helps us to feel empathy. So I would like you all to accept all of yourself. But if it's hard for you, I like you to listen the lyrics. I like to listen the songs, whichever is fine, because all lyrics have possibility to help themselves, encourage, accept themselves.
So, who is this professor who wrote this?
Sorry, to be honest, I forgot to
name. The detail is very important, I think. And what kind of a song do you mean?
I think he doesn't limit the type of songs. I mean to say, the song will help you to feel empathy when he is in such situation, but find enjoyable song will help you to feel happy feelings. So I think the type is not one.
All right. So you gave your own examples that has much to do with your appearance, how you look. But do you have other examples? Like you said that there can be examples that one's nationality or sexual orientation.
Yeah. Nationality and sexuality. Yes. Yeah, I have some sorry.
Okay. And do you think this is specific to Japan?
No, it's not specific to Japan because there are so many songs sung by English, and it means that so many people around the world have the same kind of experience. And can I answer my last question?
Yes, please.
Yeah. I'm not sorry for a moment. My father is Korean Japanese, so I'm hard, but it's sometimes tough to accept. But thanks to the songs, I mean, K-pop or something like that, I can accept who I am. So, yeah, that's my answer.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, I was thinking that maybe the fact that Japan is more of a conformist. We say conformist pressure or dojo. Yeah. Japan is more difficult society to contend with.
Yeah, from my experience is what I'm thinking. But maybe if some people, for other country people can feel the same things because it can it depends on the countries. But every country has the same problem. But Japan is very obvious. The peer pressure is so hard.
Yes, and the by saying that this is a noisy society.
Yes,
I think I understood that she
Yes, noisy and noisy. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Time is up, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Tsuruta and Ms. Nomada. Now we'll have a judging time for a few minutes. Now, all the speakers have finished their excellent speeches. Again, please give them a big hand. The honorable judges will go to the judges' room for the conference to decide the winners. Please stand up and give them a big applause. Next, the speakers will leave this hall. Please give them a big applause. Please be seated. We will have 1 hour intermission during the conference. The closing ceremony will start at 4:10, so please be seated again by 4:05. Thank you. ここからは日本語で失礼いたします。休憩時間中、オーディエンス賞の投票を行います。お持ちのパンフレットから QR コードを読み取っていただき、ご投票をお願いいたします。投票は4時を締め切りとさせていただきます。また、スピーカーに向けたメッセージも Google フォームよりご記入、送信をよろしくお願いいたします。それでは今から休憩となります。
これを外して、もう字画角変えないといけない。ちょっと待って。大門くん。これ7人入るか分かんない。
何がですか？
7 人入るか分かんない。ちょっともしかして、いや、この辺から取れば、
全然それでも
逆に映る。正面からだときついな。
全然斜めでも。
この2人でまた再投票して。
どうしよう。
私の一年の気持ちがなかった。
ここの席書いてない。みんな映るといいんだけど。ここだったら映りそう。もっと下げないといけない。もうね、壊れかけてるし、多分なんで。もうなんか、最初やったら、なんか曲がってて、画面がずっと斜めになっちゃって、テープで固定するっていうね、応急処置をして。大丈夫。これは、変に動かすとね、余計に。
ありがとうございます。
これ大丈夫。
そうですね。
MC もちゃんと入ってるから、これ大丈夫。ちょっとこう貸してください。
待ってよかったね。よかったね。全国で。待って、それ。
May I have your attention, please? The closing ceremony will start in a few minutes, so please be seated. Thank you.
Ah, そうね。入る前にさ、私、みんなに話の行くとか、入るんか。
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start my closing ceremony. First, the speakers will enter this hall. Please stand up and give them a big applause. Next, the honorable judges will enter this hall. Please give them a big applause. the honorable judges will give some general comments. First, Professor, before that, please be seated. I'm sorry. Now, the honorable judges will give some general comments. First, Professor Tsuruta, please.
Well, first of all, let me say that it was such a pleasure to be able to be in-person style of the speech contest once again, because we did it online for 2 years, right? Yes, and I think it's really different that we can actually get to see you in person and listen to your speech on stage, so that you're not just restricted to this part of your face and this part of your gesture, and we can see you in person. Okay. And having said that, since we can see you in person and can have total view of how you're delivering your speech, I think it is all the more important to keep your pace, how you pace your speech, and how you organize your speech. So that's my number one point. Fortunately, some speakers try to put too much content, I think, into the time limit within the 8 minutes. And there is so much you can say effectively in a limited amount of space. So I think my first advice would be to try to say what you really need to say and focus your organization so that what you want to deliver to the audience can be delivered efficiently. And some of you did a very good job telling your story at the beginning and then coming back to your story, and did it quite well, giving concrete examples. Okay. And then another thing I wanted to tell you is about the Q&A session. I tried to ask my questions based on what I would have liked to clearly understand from your speech. And sometimes the choice of words had made it quite obscure and quite ambiguous as to what you're really pointing at. And communication is based on how you verbalize what you want to say and the intention as to how you like to have the audience act upon what the speakers want to deliver on stage. And in that sense, I try to get the message of the speeches. But all in all, I must say, every time I come, I enjoy listening to your speeches because that will give me a chance to understand what the young people of today are thinking about and what their concerns are, what their dreams are, and how they would want to better their English speaking skills through participation in such a contest. And I really want to commend the organizers for having pulled through this contest under this difficult time in such a great, efficient way, and that they have invited all three of the judges so that we can be present here in person. So I would like to congratulate everybody who participated. You're all winners. You really did a tremendous job, and I'm very sure that today's experience has made you a better speaker. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Tsuruta. Second, Professor Miller, please.
First of all, I'd like to thank the speakers today. You all did a wonderful job. We really appreciate your effort and hard work. And like Tsuruta Sensei said, you're all winners. Just being invited to this contest means that you are a very high-level speaker, and so we're very, very proud of all of you. I also want to thank all ESS members for wherever you are out there, for organizing this wonderful contest. It's gone very smoothly, and we've had a really good time. Thanks to my distinguished fellow judges as well. We've had a really good time talking about your speeches and hanging out together. For the speakers, I have a couple of things I'd like to talk to you about. Number one, this is sort of related to what Tsuruda-sensei just said. And it's something that I've noticed in just about all of the speeches today. You're really good about giving a lot of background information, telling your personal stories. That was great. But I felt like all of the speeches sort of got to the main point pretty late. And you were kind of rushing through the most important and most interesting part of your speech. And so what I think you should think about doing is looking at the most important, most interesting part of your speech and expanding that. Go back and look at your background information and see where you can make that a little bit shorter, make it more concise, so you have some room to expand that important part. And this is also kind of related. Many of you gave us some suggestions about what to do, how to make things better. And that's great, but I think you need to be a lot more specific in telling the audience the steps that they need to take. Most of our suggestions were a little bit too general. And so the more specific you can get, the more empowered the audience feels, the more they feel like they can actually really go out and do something. So think about that. And one last thing I'd like to say is when you're writing your speech and practicing your speech, remember that the audience only hears this one time. And so you need to be sure that the words that you choose, the sentences that you write are very, very clear. And of course, the way you speak is very, very clear. And I just thought about that today because, you know, the judges, we have a copy of your speech. We can read it and listen. But when I stopped reading it and just tried to listen, I realized sometimes it was a little bit difficult to understand what you were talking about. And I think it's because the judges and yourself always have the written speech in front of you. So what I suggest is when you're practicing your speech, practice in front of people who don't have any idea what your speech is about. Don't let them look at your script and see if they have any comments about what parts are unclear. And then you can go back and write it better to make it clear. So just think about that next time you write your speech. Other than that, again, thanks to everybody. I enjoyed today's contest, and I look forward to talking to each one of you at the reception. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Miller. Third, Mr. Azuma, please.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate everyone on having this successful contest. So please, proud of yourself to have this wonderful contest and that you deliver the wonderful speeches. So I'd like to bring your attention to the delivery. So this is a public speaking contest, not just a speech contest. This is a public speaking contest. So you guys are public speaker. So when your presentation begins, as soon as your name is called by the contest chair. So what should you do as public speaker? You have to turn on your switch to be more confident speaker as the public speaker. So my advice is that when your name is called upon, you stand up with confidence. Okay? Then you climb up this ladder and come up to this stage, and you walk like a public speaker. Okay? So you walk with confidence. Even though you are not sure if you remember your speech script completely, but behave like a public speaker or professional speaker. And then don't apologize, even though the microphone is not functioning. It's not your fault. Okay? Microphone sometimes doesn't like to work with you. but it's okay because it's not your responsibility. Okay? So if the microphone is not functioning well as you expected, don't worry. Just speak like a professional speaker. And then sometimes I heard the voice is weak. That's reflecting your concerns or nervousness. That's a natural thing. And one thing to overcome is trying to do the voice training. I don't know what is the best way to train your voice, but maybe you might want to follow, the artists, the musicians, the training method. That would be helpful. 22 years ago, I joined Toastmasters Club where I met the professional speaker. And he taught me how to make the voice that deliver your message to the audience clearly. And then he said, deep breaths and long breaths. Inhale and exhale. Inhale short and exhale longer. And this worked very well. So maybe you are smarter than me and Google to how to do how to deliver the better voice. This is one thing. Another thing is that eye contact. When you stand up here, you notice that the light is so strong, but try to have eye contact with the audience, especially judges there and the audience is there, right? So try to, feel the light is try to pay attention to the light, the strength of light. Try to pay attention to the audience. You have to deliver the message to the audience. So you look at your audience eyes and try not to try not to read your script here. Some speakers' eyes was looking at here. I think some of you may have the script here. From audience perspective, this made me feel awkward. Okay, so try to remember everything on your script, and then look at your audience. And the body gesture. Gesture is another language to deliver your message, but it's not easy to make a good gesture. But one tip I'd like to mention is that when you say a number, something like 80% compared with the 20%, you may want to use the hand gesture like 80% and 20%. Even though I'm not good at math, but if you say with your hand gesture to express 80% or whatever number, easy to understand, right? So try to use your hand gesture to express numbers or something that's not easy to understand just hearing. Okay? So this is one tips you might want to remember. And then lastly, Q&A session. Some speakers did a wonderful eloquence, a wonderful job in the delivering your prepared speech. But as soon as the Q&A session and as soon as Tsuruta-sensei started to ask questions, then suddenly you became a different persona, right? So what should I do? What should you do? Pretend yourself that you are very confident, even though you don't know what Tsuruta-sensei is asking. But pretend to be confident, pretend to be that you know everything, and show your confidence in the Q&A session. And the benefit of doing this is that you still keep on your confidence switch on. If you lose your confidence switch off, or if you turn off your confidence switch, then your performance is getting worse. Okay, so pretend to be knowledgeable about topic, or pretend to be you are the super person and better than Tsuruta-sensei, so that you can confidently deliver your answer to the questions. So having said that, I hope you will do better in the next speech contest. Congratulations, and thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Azuma. Now, the most exciting moment has come. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to announce the winners of the 43rd Annual English Oratorical Contest for the Ogawa Cup. The first, second, third, and audience prize winners. When your names are called, please come up to the stage. First, the audience prize winner. The audience prize winner will receive a bouquet and a gift token. The audience prize goes to Miss Momoka Arakawa from Hosei University. Professor Tsuruta, please. Thank you, Professor Tsuruta, and congratulations, Ms. Arakawa. Next, the third prize winner. The third prize winner will receive a certificate, a shield, and a gift token. The third prize goes to Miss Momoka Arakawa from Hosei University. Mr. Azuma, please.
This is to certify that Ms. Momoka Arakawa has been awarded the third in the 43rd Annual English Oratorical Contest for the Ogawa Cup. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And congratulations, Ms. Arakawa. Thank you very much. Please have a seat at the third prize winner. Next, I would like to announce the second prize winner. The second prize winner will receive a certificate, a shield, and a gift token. The second prize goes to Miss Ayui Ohira from Doshisha University. Professor Miller, please.
This is to certify that Ms. Yui Okira has been awarded the second prize in the 43rd Annual English Oratorical Contest for the Ogawa Cup. Congratulations.
Thank you, Professor Miller, and congratulations. Now, the most exciting moment has come. Let me announce the first prize winner. The first prize winner will receive the Ogawa Cup, a certificate, a shield, and a gift token. The first prize goes to Miss Mako Yamada from Keio University. Congratulations!
Please. That Miss Mako Yamada has been awarded the first prize in the 43rd Annual English Oratorical Contest for the Ogawa Cup. Congratulations.
Thank you, Professor Tsuruta, and congratulations, Ms. Yamada. Now we would like to have some comments from the first prize winner. Ms. Yamada, please.
First off, thank you so much to the organizers and also honorable judges, and of course the audience, everybody for coming. This was so unexpected. I wasn't prepared for anything, but I started public speaking when I was in high school. And compared to high school, I couldn't practice much this time, and I felt like I was very unprepared. So as this competition was approaching, I was more nervous than I was in the previous competitions. And so I was super anxious, super nervous, as like I said at the beginning of my speech, but I am very honored that I have been able to receive a good place, and I am very proud for every one of you as well for being with me on stage together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Yamada. Again, please give a big round of applause to all the prize winners.
We would like to show our appreciations to honorable judges. Thank you very much for sparing your precious time out of your busy schedule today.
Closing movie が。
Now, thank you so much. Now, please enjoy the closing movie. The winners, would you go back to your seat, please?
じゃん、はい。あかねちゃん、小川杯。運動にお疲れ様でした。3月からずっと忙しかったのに、早速オープン大会に参加して、素敵なスピーチ披露してくれるあかねちゃんは本当にすごいなと思ってます。なんか、あかねちゃんはちょっと欲しいです。この近いうちにぜひみんなでご飯会とかカラオケ来たりして遊びましょう。今日もお疲れ様でした。見やすね。
みーちゃんお疲れ様。久々のオープン大会小川杯はどうでしたか？いつもすごいユニークな視点から語られるスピーチに、僕たちも出てみんな感動しています。今日はすごい久しぶりで疲れたと思うので休んでください。お疲れ様。
まこちゃん、頑張ったね。もうママはね、まこちゃん一生懸命やってることをね、よく知ってるからね。これからもずっと頑張るんだよ。はい。
はい、まこぴん、頑張ったね。またオートで待ってるからね。
じゃあね。
はい、20秒。ちょっと。
直すぎたこと、25スピーチお疲れ様。
直すぎた、お疲れ様。今日はゆっくり休んでください。お疲れ様でした。
はい、皆さん、スタイル大会お疲れ様。
いつも手すりたくさん尽くしてくださりありがとうございます。私たちの愛ちゃん愛は、愛ちゃんの手すりの愛の一億倍。今日は美味しいものたくさん食べてゆっくり休んでください。サランヘヨ、ビー、愛ちゃん。
の残りです。これからも頑張ろう。Now, Miss Nana Aoki, Executive Chairperson of this contest, will give us the closing address. Miss Aoki, please come up to the stage.
Sure.
Good evening, everyone. It is my great pleasure to deliver the closing address at this 43rd Ogawa Cup. I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to all of you who supported this contest. First of all, judges, thank you for coming today despite your busy schedule. Your kind cooperation and support made this contest possible. To the 10 speakers, thank you for your wonderful and emotional speeches. I'm sure that your passionate and triggering messages from your heart deeply empowered all the people here. And to the audience, thank you for coming to Ogawa Cup today. We hope we gave you a great and valuable time through this contest. To be honest, this is my last activity as a member of ESS, and I'm going to study abroad in Australia from next month. Throughout the past year, I've had a lot of invaluable experiences. At the last year's Ogawa Cup, I was a speaker and I received the first prize. It gave me a lot of confidence, and I decided to make the 43rd Ogawa Cup a wonderful competition as the executive chairperson. However, it was not as easy as it sounds. There was a great deal of preparation for holding the contest in person for the first time in 3 years. Every time I thought about the Ogawa Cup, I became anxious. And there were days when I wanted to quit the executive chairperson. However, at the time, ESS members in past, ESS members in other universities, and my friends who have nothing to do with ESS supported me. Then I realized that so many people support me and Ogawa Cup. I am truly filled with gratitude. It is a great honor that we finally succeeded in this 43rd Ogawa Cup together with ESS members and various people who are involved in speech activities. All the experiences and memories that I gained over the past year are irreplaceable for me. I'd like to appreciate all the people here again. Lastly, the spread of COVID-19 has brought many difficulties to our lives. However, I'm sure that the voices of each of us can trigger and move the world. Again, thank you very much for everyone. And see you again in the 44th Ogawa Cup. Thank you for listening, and please take care of yourselves. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Aoki. Again, please give a big hand to all the speakers and honorable judges. Thank you very much. Today's contest is now all over. I hope all of you, the speakers, the honorable judges, and the audience enjoys today's contest. I'm looking forward to seeing you again at the 44th Annual English Oratorical Contest for the Ogawa Cup. Thank you for your kind cooperation.ここからは日本語で失礼させていただきます。記念撮影に移る前にレセプションのご案内をさせていただきます。5時10分より円形ホールにてレセプションが行われます。係の者が案内いたしますので、オーディエンスの皆様もどうぞお気軽にお立ち寄りください。ご退場の際にはお忘れ物などございませんのようご注意ください。オーディエンスの皆様には、ホールのドアからご退場いただきますようお願いいたします。本日は第43回小川杯争奪英語弁論大会にお越しいただき、誠にありがとうございました。
そしたら写真撮影に移りたいと